So I'm calling the meeting to order at 6 p.m. and I'm going to hand it off to the Deputy Mayor, John Perra.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'll read the acknowledgement. The Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the land that in which we gather here today is the Treaty 9, 1905 to 1906 territory, the traditional lands of the Indigenous peoples. As we work towards reconciliation, may we all live with respect on this land and live in peace and friendship with all its diverse peoples.
Thank you, John. And moving on, there is no changes to the agenda, so we have the approval of the agenda. If I can get a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that Council does hereby approve the agenda as presented. Those in favor, and that is carried. Declaration of pecuniary interest, declaration of conflict of interest. Council, I don't have any paperwork as of yet. Anytime throughout the meeting you can declare if such a situation arises. And then we have the adoption of the minutes from March 4th, March 18th, March 16th. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor John Perra, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby adopt the following minutes as distributed. The regular meeting of Council held on Wednesday, March 4th, 2026. The regular meeting of Council held on Wednesday, March 8th, 2026. And the special meeting of Council held on Wednesday, March 26th, 2026. Any comment or correction to those minutes? Okay, there being none, I put those to a vote for adoption. Those in favor? And that is carried. And we have a couple of presentations tonight. The first one, I'm happy to see Katherine Lewis here from the Hornepayne Housing Corporation. Welcome, Katherine, and I'll hand the floor off to you.
Okay, so I'm just going to share my screen, right, Jen?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to share my whole screen because I have a couple of things going. Hey, sorry.
No worries.
It's going right. Okay. So first, I'd like to thank Council for the opportunity to present the work we've been doing. I thought we were bringing this forward. We're going to bring this forward ahead of the AGM that we're scheduled for in July to establish a clear framework to report against. The AGM will be more to function as a meaningful check-in progress. This is just the strategic plan and the governance review work that the board's been working on for the past bit. Sorry. Okay, so throughout, the focus of this work has been fundamental. There's been, the MSD model is not the most intuitive, and it's a little bit of a complicated governance process, and the arm length structure there, it creates a lot of it can be kind of hard to go through when you're working with many different moving parts and offices and levels of government. So the work that we've done here is going to serve as a roadmap for to move forward with and to ensure that we're aligning with township, the province, federal initiatives. That is the hope. We're working to close those gaps. We want to be sure that we're responding to community needs, aligning with what council is planning, and leveraging our unique model as much as we can. Okay, so second, sorry. So first, I'd like to acknowledge the community members, employer service providers, and other stakeholders for their participation in this process. A lot of thanks to the active involvement of the CAO and her team. Manuela has been present and engaged throughout this process, along with Jen and other staff members, helping ensure that what we're building aligns with everything, with broader municipal priorities. I'd also like to thank the board for their active engagement. How the the plan was developed. Well, we took a structured approach to developing this plan. We did a lot of this. This is just the presentation, but online, if you go to the HHC's website, down here is the full report, and it's pretty, it's a lot. So I don't want to be sitting here presenting all of this to you, but it shows all of the background work we did to help ensure that everything is correct and that we are representing what the community wants and what we can do, and that we're making decisions with the best information that we have. So, that being said, let me go back to where I was. Okay, so, yeah, we just did an environmental scan. It included SWOT analysis, the PESTEL framework, which is your internal and external environment. We ensured the plan is evidence-based and grounded in input. Our stakeholder engagement included a public survey and one-to-one interviews with key stakeholders. We had employers, healthcare providers, other service providers, and then other people in the community that wanted to join. Like if somebody participated in the survey and if they clicked that they were okay with a one-to-one, I met with them and got what they wanted and what they wanted to see for our community. From there, we did board leadership collaboration, which was 2 working sessions. The one night we did the strategic plan, and the second night we did the governance review. We had participation from the municipality to ensure that everything that we're doing aligns with what they are doing as well. And from there, we drafted and came up with our key priorities and our SMART goals and how we were going to measure them, just normal strategic stuff. Now it's been adopted by the board and we're presenting it to you and sharing it with the public. So this whole thing is true now. Okay, so, one of the things, the mission statement and the vision statement, we did update our mission and vision statement. As you guys know, the mission is what we do and the vision is where we are going. So we updated the mission statement to ensure that the first mission statement, it spoke a lot towards affordable housing. And we wanted to be sure that we weren't boxing ourselves in with that. We wanted to be able to address the entire continuum in Hornepayne, because I think that even those who have the means are having issues with finding homes. So what we really wanted to lean on appropriate housing, like housing where the amount of rooms is good and everybody has a room and we're comfortable and we don't feel like we're waiting for another place to open up. We've also, as you can see, through collaborative partnerships, innovative solutions, and community education, while operating as a self-sustaining corporation for future generations. That was important. That was thought about a lot at the board table. We wanted to be sure that we were not just going to be a housing developer, housing provider, that we're supporting housing. And we want to be innovative in how we do that. So that we're going to look at different ways to do it to make it work. When we find a barrier, we want to be able to do what we can to get around it, as Hornepayne does. That's what Hornpayners do. From there, the self-sustaining, that phrasing was very important. We want to continue to be able to support our own operations. As you know, the HHC is not funded by the township for operating things. We are fully self-sustainable. And we wanted to ensure that we're still here for future generations. So that includes the governance work, making sure that we have that strong model to lean on when, as time goes on, that we're, that if there's a staff turnover, if there's a new council, that we're still going to be there. Like, there's a way for us to work for everybody and to continue to work and to have that scalable and, just to keep going. The vision statement, a thriving and inclusive corporation that serves as a catalyst for housing development. Hornepayne Housing Corporation expands access to safe, sustainable, and appropriate housing. And that's where we see ourselves being when, continuing to be. We want to be, we want to ensure that when people think of Northern Ontario housing, they think, okay, well, who's doing it right? And we want our name to be on that list, that we've figured out a way to manage to do this, and we've looked outside the box and came up with solutions. And the next, these are our values: accountability, respect, community partnership, innovation, fiscal stewardship, and governance excellence. I think that's pretty straightforward. So when we did the stakeholder engagement, you'll see it at the end of the big long report that I'm not going to make you guys look at, but there's we were able to go through all of those interviews and the surveys and find strategic themes. So that was what I looked for, was things that I was hearing over and over again, and those themes and how we can respond to those, and how somebody who is looking for housing that just moved to Hornepayne might have something in common with, like a huge employer with 150 employees that's just trying to make it work. Like, there's all that common ground that we have, and that's what we looked for and we identified. And the board, from there, we were able to come up with these 5 different priorities to build off of. And these are the ones that came up over and over again. And it's not anything new. We know that but it works. What I really like about having a plan and having it there is we can point to it whenever it comes up again. Like, we've researched this. This is done. Look at, it's something to point to, and it's a good way for us to measure how we're doing. Oh, these are the types of goals we came up with. I just made this and I wanted to use it. I think we all know what SMART goals are. They're specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time related. So that's how you know if it's a good goal. It has all these characteristics. So the first key priority that we came up with is the key governance. That's what everything lays on. If you don't have that, and I think we've seen that. We've been here since 2021, and if you don't have the framework to build off of, you're just going to spin your tires, even if you have or you're going to spend a lot of money. But if you do build something, if you don't have a good plan, if you don't have the checks and the balances, so this became our first priority. And these objectives are how we're going to do it, and are the objectives and then the action items. It's then growth. We want to build what we have and keep what we have, and build off what we have. So I think that this was a really smart priority, because we do have a lot in this community, we do have a lot of infrastructure. We do have, if we take those things and if we leverage them the best we can, we'll get somewhere. So, and I think if you don't take care of your assets, they become liabilities. So I think we need to ensure that we are taking everything we have and doing what we can with it, and making sure that we know what we have. Sustainability, financial sustainability, and operational efficiency. Maintaining self-sustaining operations and oversight, and all of those things that are scary and kind of tedious, but it's important. I think the whole board prides itself that we aren't taken from the levy, that we're able to operate on our own. And we want to keep it like that. We want to make sure that we have the risk analysis frameworks before we're making any big decisions, before we don't, we need to be smart about how we do it. And in order to be smart, we need to be informed. And that's, what this is all based on. Collaboration. So nobody can really do housing alone. That's just part of it. Like, there is no way that, like, even the biggest developers, they need help. There's always, so in order for us to be able to do anything, we need to take stock of all the people at the table and what they can bring to it. And I think that's what the HHC is really good at, is ensuring that we're all having a voice and making, I want to say it in a different way. When it can seem really, really overwhelming when you're doing it by yourself, or if you're an employer that needs to have employee housing. But when you see that there's a bunch of other people that have the same issue, if you put your resources together, then things can happen. Whether that investment is money or whether it's just, sending people that way. Like, it doesn't have to be a huge, huge effort, but when we're all collaborating, things get together and when we all align. Inclusivity. We want to ensure that we're fostering a welcoming, safe, and inclusive culture in the HHC, and we want to ensure that there are accessible housing and accessible spaces for everybody. And that has always been an issue, I think, in Hornepayne, in the North period, that it can be really, it can be difficult to get around or to find appropriate housing when there's accessibility issues and aging in place. We want to be able to support that and work towards that. And so that's pretty much the strategic plan. And these are the key performance indicators and how we're going to measure our success in all of the different action items. So if you go down here, and the board reviews these quarterly and will be reporting to council annually. Oops. And from here, this is just another little thing on when we expect things to be done if they're ongoing. Okay, so now the fun stuff, governance. We also took part in a governance review. It was actually really good. It was a really, really good exercise, I feel. I think that just a second, my Adobe crashed. That's great. Okay, so
Perfect timing.
perfect timing. I had it all ready, but this is the big report. Okay, here. So we did a governance review. This is the report. So, last year in August, we came to council and asked if we could look at the way we do things and initiate a governance review, because what we were a little bit experiencing, I think, on everyone's end, is that the right hand didn't know what the left hand was doing. And it was a perfect time to do it because Manuela just got here and we were able to review what we had, what we need to change, what works, what doesn't, everything. So it was a really, really good exercise. We took a whole evening. Jen brought a book and we ate. It was a really good process. Beets. We ate beets. So anyway, so a lot of the key findings that we had, okay, so, these are the key findings. You can look at this report. It's at the end of the big document. It's in your package.
Also on the agenda separately.
Yeah.
Everything's on there.
All of this is riveting. I'm telling you, like, you guys don't know what you're missing. One of the things that I am going to open. You're just gonna have to bear with me.
While Catherine's opening that, I would like to clarify for everybody. It was a book of legislation. I wasn't just reading at the meeting.
It was twilight. So, through, one of these governance, like, I know this doesn't sound like it would make a huge difference, but it does. Because like I said, the MSC, like, when you look at an MSC, it is a corporate model. We're corporate, but we're publicly accountable, and we're owned by the municipality, so we do require to have a lot of transparency, but we are allowed to move as a private corporation in some ways. It's all written out in the municipal act. However, it kind of goes against everything that you learn and from the municipal act, that, it just seems wrong in certain ways. Like, so unless you know about it, and there isn't that much about it, and until you're learning it, it can be really difficult. So we wanted to make a document that lines up everybody's roles, what council's role is as for oversight, what our role is, what township staff is, what the board's role is, like, all of those things, and make it so that if there's a new council next year, I'm not relitigating all of this. So we wanted to just keep moving, like oil those wheels a little bit. So, so that's what this is. This is an appendix of it, and it's a really great little thing that I made. Tap myself on the shoulder, but or on the shoulder, on the back. Okay, so that's what the other things that were identified in the governance review are just where things can be updated, how we could, like, introducing a formal governance calendar that includes shareholding reporting timelines. All of those things, so that you know what to expect. You're not awkwardly asking me, hey, where is this? You could just say, hey, it's in there. It's easy for everyone to follow. So that's something everybody can look at. And the last thing is the shareholder direction. So in August, we came to council and asked if we could initiate a shareholder direction. A lot of MSCs, when you create an MSC, the municipality, it says may create a shareholder direction. It's almost like the bylaws a little bit. Like, we do have bylaws, that's all set up. This is just kind of gets into it a little bit more. So it reestablishes the mandates and governance expectations and limits of corporate activity. So you can limit, so we're not out taking loans willy-nilly or something, if it's going to affect the town, we do have to come to you for certain things. And when we're expected to report and what we need to report. Everything's in there. We tried to follow, I did a lot of research about this, how other MSCs do it. I'm not going to ask the council to pass this tonight. I'm going to bring it back in July when we come for the AGM, and we can pass it then. All of these things are basically, well, they actually, because our bylaws are in here and everything else. It just was a really good exercise to create and make, and it was also, it goes into a little bit more detail on the expectations. So, yeah, it's informed by legislation, best practices, and it's designed to support council initiatives. And yeah, it'll make decision-making so much easier. So we're not relitigating everything all the time. Like, yes, you are allowed, like, no, we can, like, it's here, we can, and it'll help council inform their decisions, because I know you guys have a lot.
It's black and white.
Yeah, it's difficult though, when you don't know what you don't wanna.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Very good tool.
Yeah, and it decreases duplication of efforts on both sides. So we're not doing due diligence with every project where we gotta go in and look into everything like it's. Uh, thanks to everybody for having me. I think that's it. And, I'll see you again in July. And yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Catherine. I first of all just want to speak on behalf of the Hornepayne Housing Corporation. The work that was done was extensive that Catherine did in the background, and that you have put together a strategic plan that was amazing. That when we sat down and did the work, and all of that was done in-house.
Yeah.
And I'm quite proud of the work that you've accomplished. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay. I would like to say that I have no problem bringing the shareholders' direction back to our next meeting, and we pass it ahead of the AGM, so we have that done.
Okay.
And I'll open the floor for questions.
No questions?
Good presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, you got it easy, no questions.
Mhm.
We'll hammer you in July, I guess.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's when I have to report actual stuff.
Okay,
Thanks,
so
everybody.
tonight we're receiving for information. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor John Carroll. Be it resolved that council receives the Hornepayne Housing Corporation HHC Strategic Plan 2026-2029, 2026 Governance Review, and draft shareholder direction as presented by Katherine Lewis, Executive Director, as information. Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, right on. Thank you so much, Catherine.
Right on, party.
Okay, and next on the agenda, we have our 2026 municipal budget presentation.
I can start this while Cindy's getting in place. There you're good to go. Oh, one minute. So you can go to the next.
I have to. There we go.
So we're bringing this back to council. We're bringing this back to council this evening. Couple of little housekeeping items just at the beginning. Just a reminder that we are beginning to approach a multi-year, we are beginning to adopt a multi-year budgeting approach. So although we're not adopting a multi-year budget, we're adopting the 2026 budget only with a review and a lens into the future for the years 27 through to 29. This will get the next council a really good starting point. Hopefully not too many changes from this current strategic plan to the next council's strategic plan, and we can move forward with this. So Jen, the next slide. Some of the factors that were considered in the preparation of this budget included reviewing past year's expenditures to identify trends, look for problems, remedy some of those things. And we ensured that we had informed decisions. We achieved them by conducting a line-to-line review of the operating budget. We really did look into where are these costs coming from, where can we save money, how can we do things differently, where can, how can we move things around to make it better for the taxpayer and the municipality or township. We determined the impact of long-term debt. So there is significant long-term debt to pay for the capital projects, and Cindy will get into that further on into the presentation. Cindy had conversations with the department heads, with Dwayne from Public Works, with Chief Miles for the fire department. She spoke with me regarding economic development, Jen regarding the clerk's department, looked overall at what the admin was doing and how we could do things differently there, and definitely applied a lens to the future for a multi-year approach. So I just wanted to highlight some of the successes we had in 2025. We acquired 19 Becker. If we were to build that garage today, that Public Works garage today, it would be well in excess of $5 million. But I just wanted to remind public and council that we were able to get that property in that building for $10,000. We've got a little bit of remediation work on it. We've got a garage door to put in the back so we can drive the equipment in the front and take it out the back, and we don't get jammed up with equipment in it. In the winter, we've got a little bit of work to do with the furnace, and there's some remediation work on the land itself, which we've accounted for the empty barrels of fuel. So that will be dealt with primarily through the hazardous waste days. We've already cleared that with our MOE rep, and we've been working closely with her to address that problem. So we increased our tax collection efforts. So we've been working really hard to collect outstanding taxes, and that's been reflected in this budget as well, because we can see already in 2025, we've collected quite a bit, and our interest has been reduced because it's not needed. We began the rehabilitation of Third Ave, so that's a big project. I think it's coming in a little higher in the budget than what we expected for 2026, but Cindy will speak to that as well. We do have some solutions. We implemented the CIP, and we had our first submission to the CIP in 2025 and the second in 2026 with from a young man who purchased some land and is planning on building. So I'm glad to see that's being used. We had some success in small funding, so just a little fun funding that we put in for, and it helped us to achieve some things. The pothole prevention funding, we received 38,000 for the hot box, so that significantly reduced the price of the hot box, and hopefully will help us with our potholes, and those repairs will last a few years rather than over one season. We received from the emergency preparedness grant 49,700. That's going to be used at 19 Becker. So upstairs in the boardroom, that will be our new emergency control center. There's some funding there for training. So Dwayne and I will be training this year as CEMCs. And then next year, Jen and Cindy will be taking that same training. This will ensure that when Cindy and I retire, there will be CMCs to carry on. So it's part of the succession planning. Canada Day funding, historically, we've only ever received 1,500 or less. So we've increased that funding to 8,000. I got a letter this week saying we've received 8,000 this year. And then the WSIB Excellence Program. I'm going to take council back to my interview about this time last year, where I promised to introduce the WSIB Excellence Program and get you back some of your premiums. So we've started that process. SMT is meeting on Monday. We're registered, we're ready to go. We've picked our topics, and our first set of 4 is starting on Monday, and that reduction by the end of the year in our premiums will be 18,000. So that one incentive on its own is almost 1% of your tax levy. So some of the budget pressures on the not so happy side, there's a lot of new long-term debt to pay for those projects, the fitness center and library and the Third Ave. So Cindy's got some ideas there too, and she'll be talking to council about them. We have an annual settlement payment of 50,000, which we have to pay until the end of 2029. After that, it will be a bonus because we'll be accustomed to having to budget for that money, and we'll be able to use it for something more positive. Increased bank charges. So we talked about doing up a bylaw so that if people want to pay their taxes with their credit cards, they can, sure, but there will be an added cost to doing that. So we're going to recoup some of those bank charges. Unpredictable assessment growth. That's the same story we've been having for many years now. Our hands are tied. That's an impact problem. The reserve deficit, we'll definitely talk to this later. I think I'll take over from Cindy and give her voice a break when we get to the reserves, and I'll talk about those. But if council remembers, we should have just over $2 million in reserves. However, we have just under 800,000 in the bank. So that is our deficit. I believe we've recovered some of it in 2025 by being innovative and recycling some of our balance sheet money. So by saying that, like, what I mean by that is we've taken HST refunds, which don't affect your budget, and applied them to this reserve deficit to reduce the deficit and use up some of that money that should have been used up without having to actually expense anything. So unexpected legal fees, we had an absorbent amount of unexpected legal fees in 2025. We've reduced that budget significantly for 2026 because we're not expecting that to continue. And we have reviewed it with the experts, and there will be a council report coming. We are allowed to and encouraged to and expected to, for transparency's sake, report to the public on why those came about. So hopefully in the next 2 to 3 meetings, we'll have that information accumulated, and I'll be able to present it to council and the township. So I think at this point, I'm going to let Cindy take over. I will say we do have a balanced budget. The increase is, I think, 5.2% on the levy and 0.27% on the tax rate. So, we did cut that 400,000 out of the levy. We had some creative thinking and everybody chipped in. Everybody provided us with some cuts. We moved around some money, in order to achieve some of these things. So we looked at, there was a very small increase to the user fees for water. Here's just one example. However, Public Works has overtime. Last night was a great example. They think I had 3 or 4 hours related to water only, but it comes off their Public Works budget and taxation pays for that. We shouldn't be paying water problems with taxation money. So what we've done is we've taken, I think, 35,000 of the budget for Public Works and moved it over, Public Works wages, and moved it over to water so that user fees cover those costs. The guys spend all summer long going on digs, fixing water mains, digging the ditches now, doing everything that they can to help the water problems. So that needs to be reflected in the budget and paid for from the proper avenues. So that's just one of the things that we've done. I'm sure Cindy will talk about some of the others. Hats off to Darnell. She's not here tonight, but I think she reduced her budget by 7.5%, which was good. And that directly impacts taxation because her budget is almost 100% funded through a levy from us. So that was a significant increase, and thank you to Darnell and the library for that. So now I will let Cindy take over.
It's kind of all over some of the rest of it. Okay, so I did a quick slide here just to show, like it's not really fitting necessarily here, but talking about the assessed value, the 70,000 assessed value is our median, according to the documentation in MPAC. And I just did 100,000 to show for anyone who had that assessment of what we'd be looking at between 2025 and 2026 actual dollars that we'll be charging them based off of the rates that are in this budget. Works out to, on the $70,000 medium, only $193.65 per for the annual for the year. On a $70,000 assessment. On a $100,000 assessment, it's about $276.65 for an annual increase. And as it indicates in the note at the bottom, that's a residential tax rate increase of 0.277%. So even though we talk about a 5.2% levy increase, that's the overall dollar amount that's increased. Or sorry, it reflects on the amount of the total increase. So it's not a 5.2% for property.
So I think just to make it simple, on a house that has $100,000 of assessment, the annual increase in property taxes would be $276.65, or I think that says $23.05 per month.
Yeah.
So 4 cups of coffee and you're there.
Florence in first quarter.
Yeah, so people need to look at their assessment, and if they're a little bit over, it'd be a little more. If they're a little bit under, it would be a little less. But that 100,000 is an easy one to do math with. So if anybody has questions, they can call me, I'll help.
Okay, so the next slide does show a balanced budget. This is just a summary of each of the departments and their revenues and expenses, which you'll see a bit more detail later on. As you may recall, some of those are like administration, for example, includes more than just admin. There's council in there and there's some others. So you see a little more breakdown of where those revenues expenses come from. And we have some explanations on changes year over year. But as Manuela mentioned, it is a balanced budget as of this presentation. On the next slide, it's a comparison of those same numbers with the differences from, in this case, it's just the revenues from those departments, looking at the budget from 2025 to 2026 and the increases in this case. So some of the, in the explanation column, we have some of the larger amounts that make it up. It won't be exactly dollar for dollar, but it gives you the bulk of the changes. So the $126,850 levy increase, that's our 5.2% increase in the overall levy. recognizing the provincial and federal grants, bringing that 474,000 into the revenues in operating, that's essentially a transfer from the, where it was previously budgeted in capital. So it's not in that sense, an overall increase in the budget. It's really just reflecting where it's sitting now. We do have a bit of extra dollars in the OMPF grant, which is an annual grant, so it's good to see it's gone up. And as Manuel mentioned, reducing penalties and interest on taxes. Those are the larger, which make up that $619,000 difference in the administration overall. On protective services, we do also have an increase. Some of it is the new highway calls we're anticipating, and some for the new provincial grant that was approved for his, for Miles's, the new equipment, the SCBA equipment. I believe that's the increase there. In public works, transferring some of the long-term information, transfer from reserves. We're pulling some dollars in from reserve to cover some of the costs. So it shows in as an increase in revenue in the operating. There's also the wages that were transferred to water, and the increase in road maintenance agreements year over year. In the water and wastewater overall budget, there is an increase for the user fees. I don't have the percentage that I can show you tonight, but that's the overall dollar value that will be the increase. And we also have a transfer from reserves to cover a long-term debt payment, which is a portion of, instead of using user fees, we're going to use a bit of reserve for that. So it does show an overall, in revenues, an increase from the one year to the next of 822,000, which shows as a 15.68% increase. But again, some of that is just coming from the other budget, so it's not an overall total increase. If we look at the expenses next, again, the difference, of course, is the same 822,000 because we're balanced in our budget, and same thing last year. So on the explanations for the expense side, in admin, we're looking at some increases in the wages and contract services in the overall. As you know, we had a lot of changes between last year and this year in terms of staffing, so that's part of that. Again, the transfer of those provincial federal grants in, you'll see it's the same from the revenue to the expenses. It's just, again, pulling those dollars in from the previous capital budget. The library levy increase, what's happened partly is we've moved the library levy into the administration section of the budget. This is just the difference between last year's levy and this year's levy. I didn't want to show the whole levy here because really we're just looking at the difference from one year to the next. Transfer to capital, that's the 61,811. That's where we are raising funds through taxation to cover some of our capital projects within the year, and you'll see that further on the capital budget as to what makes up that 61,000. We have bank interest and service charges. Prior, we hadn't budgeted quite as much. We know that there are more now with partly some of the online payments that are being made for taxes and water. Excuse me. We're getting more charges because people are using their credit cards on the online service. So we wanted to show that in the budget as well, that we anticipate higher than we had seen in the past budget. We've got savings from the economic development department. As you know, there was a change in staffing there, and the bulk of the expenses are now gone, aside from the small amount you'll see. I believe we still have a little bit in there for the intern for the 100th anniversary, so we left it in that section. But that would be the overall increase in the expenses. In health services and social assistance increase, again, that's one we have no control over whatsoever, but I want to indicate it because it is 15,000 is not chump change. In the protective services department, it's a smaller increase, smaller budget, but things to note, the Same 30,000 increase in highway calls we saw on the revenue side. We're also indicating it as a transfer to reserves. On the expense side, that would help us to have a net zero effect on the operating budget, because if we don't get the revenues that we anticipate, there will be no transfer to reserve. It's a one-for-one situation. We do have a small equipment increase, and policing expenses increase, that'd be OPP, 21,000, which worked out to about 11% increase. So based off their statement, they reduced it. They're capped it at 11%, so it could have been a lot higher. But that's the effect on that section. And we do have a decrease in materials and supplies, a small amount, which helps to, again, explain the differences here. In public works, the largest is the increase in long-term debt, which in the past had also been included in the capital budget. So we've moved it into the operating budget where it does belong, because we have to raise the revenue to pay off the debt. So that just gives you the indication of that, with a few small increases, or sorry, small decreases in some of the expense items. Excuse me. For the water and wastewater, the largest increase is the long-term debt payments as well in this case.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So before we go on, I just wanted to comment on these two slides. I wanted to in particular bring one thing to council's attention. So I know in the past there's been concerns about the reserves and the transfers that didn't happen. So we did recognize the provincial grants as revenue and then transferred them fully to reserves. Once this budget is approved and it's uploaded into our financial system, Cindy will start giving council regular variance reports, and you'll be able to see those transfers. You'll see those amounts as accounted for as a revenue. And then once the transfer into the bank account occurs, you'll see that fulfilled as well. So you won't ever have to wonder about it. You'll see it in black and white in these two line items.
Okay, great.
And if there's a variance, then you know there's a problem.
Or we just missed a step until
Yeah.
the next one, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just pause there if there's any questions from council at this time. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. Continue.
Okay. So we're gonna look a little bit more just at the operating budget in more detail based off those department categories. Excuse me. Now, you've seen these type of documents before. Those would have been the spreadsheets you were provided last time, with the changes based off the discussions that we had in the past meetings. The reductions that were approved, the whatever information we had. I don't have all the detail with me right now, but this is where we ended up in terms of the overall budgets, and it shows you the breakdown by section in each department. So it's a little bit hard to read on my copy. I'm not going to go into any specific detail in here unless anybody has any questions. Again, we just took what we had from the original of the same documents you would have seen already and made the changes to the best that we could based off of the discussions with council and with staff as well, and the library and all of that. So in administration, as you can see, we've got the taxation. I will talk a little bit, I guess, about the detail. The taxation revenue at the top, that is the new, will be the new levy based off of the 5.2% increase in the levy. The rest are the administration, council, economic development. I can't even really see all of that. Planning, Service Ontario, library, education, and the external boards, which would be. I can't remember the name of it. Yes, that will be in there. Okay, and then of course down below would be the expenses for each, the overall, the total revenues, total expense lines, or what you would have seen in the prior slides for the whole of the department. So we've done the same thing for the next sections. Under protective services, we have fire, emergency management, police, bylaw enforcement, and building department. Again, the main change there for increases, I think, was the policing that had a larger increase than some of the others. Wrong slide here. Okay, next would be the Public Works. Again, in this case, we have Public Works Department specific as well as airport, landfill, cemetery, recreation, and our long-term liability, which we have no revenue for, but you'll see on the expense line, sorry, the expense section, the long-term debt that we would have shown detail again in the prior meetings. Anybody have any questions on more specific information there?
Go ahead, Manuel.
Sorry, I just wanted to point out to council under the expenses, last year under long-term debt was just under 30,000. This year's 220, and then subsequent years over 300 or 350,000 is the average. So that is a direct result of the Third Ave and the fitness library. So we'll speak to those in the capital, but I just wanted council to understand the impact of those bills to the operating budget. Because we do need to raise the principal and the interest portion, either through taxation where we used grants. We can use OCIF for the roads, and we can water and roads, and we could use, so we did do that, but it significantly reduces your ability to do things in the future. And we used a federal gas tax for the arena portion, like the fitness center portion of the build there, to pay that debt. So you're tying up some of that grant money for the next 20 to 30 years. So just keep that in mind.
If we keep doing
If you adopt this budget.
or if we keep doing it that way.
This way.
Because we're
Yeah.
not saying you have to do it the same way for 30 years.
So if the town grows and we, our levy increases, we can change that. Yeah, when the town grows.
There you go. Okay, so next, if we look at the non-tax supported, which of course would be the water wastewater, where the fees are raised by user fees. It's not, what was I gonna say about that one? Again, a balanced budget. I don't think we really made many changes in there aside from adding for the public works wages that we're gonna shift over for the work that they're doing in that department. What do I care? Missing some pages. Isn't that weird?
February.
Yeah. Yeah. Although you were gonna speak to capital anyway.
Did you want me to speak to capital?
You did say you would. I don't know why I'm missing pages. Apologize for that.
Okay.
That's weird.
So the two capital projects really, well, we have more than two capital projects. We have the pavilion washroom, which when we tried to hook up those washrooms last year, we found out that the water connections were on the other side of the road and we'd have to dig up the pavement. So the choice at that point was to wait for this year because Villeneuve was going to be paving Third Ave, and it would be cheaper to use their resources when they're here rather than bring them in twice. So we got a quote from them for just under 75,000. The Third Ave, the completion of Third Ave is coming in at just under 3 million. The landfill expansion, 38,000 is expected for this year. We had budgeted 4.6 million for the fitness center. The lowest bid came in at over 5. So we don't have enough in this budget to pay for the fitness center the way it is. Even at 4.6, it's 4.5, it's not really sustainable. The garage door is just 15,000, that's coming from reserves, and the furnace 12,000 also, pardon me, from taxation and 12,000 for the furnace. The hot box, town hall renos are still at 120. I'm expecting it to come in at less. It's coming from reserves, so regardless, it doesn't impact the taxation or the tax rate. The hot box, 38,000 from taxation and 38,000 or 33,000 from taxation and 38,000 from the reserves. The fitness equipment, so we, the fitness equipment I'm going to apply to Ontario Trillium to try to get 90% funded equipment. So we have a small about $9,000 that I'm going, the town will kick in, and I'm asking for 90. So 81,000, or sorry, 99,000 in total, 90,000 from Trillium, 9,000 from us. Worst case scenario, if they say no, we'll buy a new treadmill this year. So with the 9,000, that's our contribution. But I do want to try for the funding before I buy the treadmill. The emergency control center I spoke about, we received 49,700. That control center will be at 19 Becker. It's upstairs. There'll be internet put in there. There's new computer for in there for the control center. There's a digital sign for outside that will inform the townspeople as well as travelers both north and south on Highway 631, and then the fire hall renos. Pardon me.
Just to point out on here, when I mentioned earlier, the transfer to capital in the operating budget of 61,811, you can see that in the taxation column on the capital budget at the bottom. That shows the 3 projects that we are funding through taxation. Portions of.
In 28 and 29 under long-term planning, you see some transfers from the OCIF budget, from the OCIF grant and the Canada Community Bills.
Community.
Yeah, I always get that one wrong. Federal gas tax. We're gonna start to transfer money in. Needed by that. Let's take it. You want to talk to?
Do we have any questions at this time? Yes, go ahead, Peter.
The prices on the gym, was that, did you, any progress on the modular, build towards the 35 cents on the dollar?
What's here right now is based off the current design.
Right?
That's something we're gonna talk about as an option for sure.
Yeah.
Because as we're saying, it's very pricey and at the 4.5 million, we've got it over 2 years because it's into 26 and 27. And at the current, we're looking at being able to use the grant at least that we currently have, but we end up with 1.2 million in long-term debt overall. So between the 2 years of work based off of that budget that's here now. So we're going to talk a little bit more about the potential of reducing it by changing the type of
Construction.
building it is. Exactly. I mean, we can talk about it right now. The recommendation or the one of the recommendations at the end here is to do our best to reduce it by 25%, bring it down to a 75.
25%.
Pardon?
A minimum of 25%.
Minimum, right, so I calculated
Yeah.
based off of that. So if we're able to do that, that will reduce the long-term debt by 300,000 overall. So that will help us in future when it comes to.
So I think both Cindy and I and Dwayne all agree it's too much money. It's too much money to finance. Over $1,000 a square foot for a metal building. It is not, it's not reasonable. It's not reasonable.
Yeah.
So I think what Cindy and we both feel the budget is fairly well balanced. The increase is not bad. Can I jump ahead?
Yeah.
One of the recommendations that Cindy's going to make to you tonight is to accept this budget as is with the caveat of, I don't want to get the wording wrong, with the direction to direct us to come back with a reduced budget on the capital, move forward with it, reduce the capital project, specifically the fitness center, and those cost savings that come from not having to borrow the money, because it's the payback of the money that's impacting the budget. Whatever cost savings there are by the reduction in those payments, both principal and interest, to just direct us to transfer those savings to the reserve. So that won't affect the budget. It won't affect the 5.2% or that small increase. But what it'll do is, as we reduce the project, as we look for a better solution for this project and don't have to borrow as much money, that extra money that we budgeted for will go into a capital building reserve for future spending, because we do need to pump up our reserves as well. So, or you direct us to come back with a reduction in that budget period so that there's no question from contractors or anybody else. But I'm not comfortable with 4.5 or 5 million. for a $4,000 square foot addition. That's a fitness center, a library with 2 rooms and a circulation desk, accessible bathroom and a couple showers. That's, I want to see it happen. I want a new fitness center for the fitness users. I want a new library for the library users, but not at that cost. I'm confident that we can do it for less. I've asked Cindy to reach out to ICIP to see if we can change the scope again and to get an extension on the grant. If not, I'm gonna really aggressively see what we can do in the way of other options.
Go ahead, Peter, sorry.
Just to add on to that, yeah, and we have sort that plan B in place that if we're not pulling the trigger this year on something that we can afford, we're gonna move the gym somewhere else, because the gym's gotta get up.
100%, I agree. We need a new gym. I 100% agree. We need a new gym. We need a new library. Council's already said they're not opposed to modular. I like the idea of modular. It's a lot cheaper to pour a slab and put a building down. It's not a complicated building. It's not a house with many rooms.
Nope.
It's 2 rooms. The library has 3 rooms, the main library, an office and a small room for the senior center, if I remember correctly. And the gym is a gym with an accessible bathroom. I don't need 2 accessible bathrooms. 1 is enough, and shower, accessible shower. It's not a complicated build. It needs to be well ventilated. It's a gym, and it needs soundproof barrier between the library and the gym. It doesn't have to be 2 separate buildings. It can be 1 building to house both facilities. It does not have to be attached to the arena, I hope.
Yeah, and keep in mind there was the rules of the grant process, and being that it's on provincial and federal funds,
Mhm.
and you got contractors that they will just take advantage of, and that's exactly what they do.
That's exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
Well, I'm in total agreement with it. Like, let's figure out how to do it for less. We
Yeah.
need to do it
You can get it.
and get it done.
Yeah.
And also, if I would ask our funders about the money that we spent with JL Richards, that we could still include that, even if we defer away from it, because we found out through that process that we can't afford that.
If we have to pay it back, it was under 300,000.
Okay,
The grant portion.
yeah,
The grant portion.
About 290,000
okay,
that they've already paid us for what's been done so far.
okay. And I'm with Peter on that. I think we need to figure out how we get it done, and let's get it done for cheaper.
My big concern is timelines. Where do we fit all this? You know, that's my concern, and I don't wanna lose what we got. Like. the
I'm
money
hoping
what
to
we
have an
received.
answer for the April 30th council meeting.
Go ahead, Peter.
And I know this isn't gonna be a very popular suggestion. It's not a suggestion, it's just, I'm gonna just point it out. That we do presently have a library, and I want the new one. But we don't have a gym. We have a curling club that's being utilized as a gym. And they're the ones that are suffering the most. And if it comes down to a push comes to shove, we have to prioritize. And it's gonna be an unpopular decision, but something that we're gonna have to do when it comes time. These 2 ladies here, I'm pretty sure they're gonna work miracles, and I got nothing but
I'm
faith.
confident we can do both.
Yes.
Yeah,
As long as we can get ICIP to help us with a change of scope again. I mean, you've already done it once. Hopefully it wouldn't be as much of they'd be willing to expedite it, I'm hoping.
okay,
And also give us an extension, because currently our grant does expire in 2027, so we're hitting the end of it.
Yeah,
But they did already say if we didn't think we'd be able to meet the deadline, just reach out to them so they could arrange the extension. So I think the extension part is less difficult than potentially the scope change, but that we'll see what answer we get.
okay. Any further questions? Okay, we're gonna continue on, or?
Okay, I'll speak to the reserves. Keep seeing the break, then she'll finish off. So at the beginning of this year, we had just over 2 million in reserves. I already said we have just under 800,000 in the bank. We're narrowing that gap by contributing to this. So with Third Ave, we've narrowed that gap quite a bit. We'll continue to do so this year. And then you can see at the end of 2026, we're expecting to have only 850,000 in reserve. So if we don't have to use that 780, we'll be much closer. And then in 2027, we start to slowly climb back up. And that's by contributing from the OCIF and the Canada Community Building Fund. And again, we climb in 28, and by the end of 29, we should be almost at 2 million in the bank. So because we're transferring, like I showed you, that 400 and almost 500,000 every year, not the full amount because we're using some for long-term debt, but we're almost 350 probably every year from there, and some of the existing monies that are already there will bring us almost to 2 million, and that's the point at which we start talking about the next big project because we'll have the actual funds to contribute to it. So my thoughts go to paving Front Street, but that will be council's decision, not mine. So, yeah. And so I just want to remind council, this is your budget. Cindy will review your options. We're not asking you for a decision tonight. She will give you probably hard copies is what everybody prefers, or email. Either or is good. This presentation plus the backup for it. So how the line by line,
Similar to what you've already seen.
what you've seen in the past,
Just the change.
that is summarized in this presentation. By Monday, I believe, by the end of the day, Monday, you should have that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the review period is till the next council period, so there's time. So I'll let Cindy take over again.
Okay, so, just is left with the options. Option one is do not accept the budget, reduce the budget and bring back for consideration. Not recommended at this point. We feel like we've done the best that we can to reduce things, based off all the discussions. Option two is accept the budget as presented. We're also not recommending due to the capital long-term debt issue or things we've discussed here. Option three, which we are recommending, is to accept the budget with direction to reduce the cost of the library fitness center renovation by a minimum of 25%. As Memo already mentioned, with surplus created by the reduction of long-term debt to be transferred to the capital reserve.
There was one other item in the, sorry, in the capital, because we spoke with Mitch Siciliano from North Rock regarding the paving of Third Ave, so it's significantly more than what we thought it would be. And an option was to not pave the sides, which we didn't like, that walking area. But Dwayne twice now has brought to my attention a new material. It's like a grid that you put down, and you can fill it with sod, you can fill it with gravel. There are paving tiles. So we are looking at that for the walkway portion.
Okay, let me just stop you there. North Rock said that it's increased? Well, we gotta look at our contract
So
because we negotiated that price last year. That's why we said we
Okay.
would pave this year. You remember that, council?
The budget
Yeah.
that we showed.
it's the paving?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know why I thought it was more.
Too many last
It
minutes.
was from-
It, like it does, he showed it in two formats, one without paving, one with. Maybe that's why.
But
you're
we had
thinking of that.
budgeted for the paving?
Well, in this budget we did. We
Ignore me.
we included everything. Because the
Yeah.
discussion was that you did want to go ahead with the paving versus not paving, so.
Okay,
Right,
I
but we
included
tied
that
those,
option.
we did tie those numbers down last June.
we'll confirm it.
Okay.
Okay.
Or sorry, a year ago, June, not last June, the year before, because we did
They did show some potential, sorry to
no,
interrupt you.
that's okay.
They did show some potential increase and a contingency in there, so maybe that's where you're thinking of.
Okay,
Like, I can't speak to the overall versus what you agreed.
Definitely, the payment wasn't supposed to happen until the spring or.
yeah, it was supposed to happen this year, but we
Yeah.
locked in that price.
Yeah, we can definitely look at it.
Yeah, let's look at it. Sorry, Memo, I
Yeah,
just,
no, that's good because I can't remember it all.
okay.
Yeah. And I appreciate the reminder. So I think what Cindy was saying, and I'll reiterate, is we are recommending that you accept the levy increase, and the taxation increase, but that you give very, concrete direction to reduce the price of the fitness center
And potentially, I guess, third out, or at least to
Yeah.
verify it.
and to verify third out.
Yeah.
So, but again, we're not passing this budget tonight, but if we could get even a verbal direction to bring those costs down, we can start working on it.
Well, I have no problem putting the recommendation on the floor. Go ahead, John.
I have no problem with the number three.
Okay,
Number 3 for me.
number three, okay, can I get a mover and a seconder? We'll put that in a motion on the floor. Moved by Counselor John Paroff, second by Counselor Peter Kissmaker. That the corporation receive the presentation as presented tonight. And that we accept the budget with direction to reduce the cost of the library and fitness center renovation by a minimum of 25% with surplus created by the reduction of the long-term debt to be transferred to the capital reserve. Sorry, Jen, I was a bit quick there.
No worries.
You got it?
Yep.
Okay. And, any further comment on that? There being none, I put that motion to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried. Just one further question. I do see next steps. During our next steps, are we going to have the, water and wastewater rates in there
I
then?
didn't get that yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in the next steps, there was a review period to April 29th, open discussion on April 30th. So the idea of the open discussion was if we had any questions or requests for substantial changes to the budget, they would be brought forward and then adopted in May. If there was none, we would adopt April 30th. I think with this major change, we should delay the adoption to May 14th.
Okay.
Just give us time to get it all.
Yeah.
But really, it's, the budget is accepted as is. It's those other items that we're looking at for
Okay.
full adoption. Okay. Go ahead, Jen.
Did you just want to say, so the budget is accepted via resolution, but it won't actually be adopted until it's a bylaw?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
In principle. Okay, so I do have one further question going back to Manuela, when you had first started, just the opening comments about the, legal fees.
Yeah.
So when you said a full report is coming for 2025, or just, can we expound on that a bit?
So, yeah, so, based on the integrity commissioners, maybe Jennifer would better answer this than me. It's the report will be coming from me, but it is from the clerk's department. It involves the clerk's department and the integrity commissioners' findings.
Okay,
So the cost of the integrity commissioner's, report and investigation can be disclosed to the public and should be disclosed to the public, but Jennifer can comment on it more.
Yes, that's basically it. Is a substantial portion of our legal fees, have been from the integrity commissioner report and the ongoings related to it. And I did find out from, experts in the field that not only is it generally a good thing to share, but it's highly recommended for accountability and transparency after an integrity commissioner report to, inform the public of what the cost was associated with it.
Okay.
Just so that they are aware.
okay, thank you
But
for
not
that.
the fees?
Well, the lawyer's fees are part of it. It's all of the costs related to that integrity commissioner report.
That includes everything.
That includes lawyer fees, hours, staff time.
Excellent,
Good.
excellent.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, you're welcome.
Okay, if we have no further questions and we've moved on with the resolution, that's done. And you see the next steps, council? We'll move on. Thank you, Cindy. Yes, and thank you for all the background adjustment and work and everything, balancing all of our stuff out. Thank you for that. It's appreciated.
Yes.
Okay, so moving on to departmental reports. If I can get a mover and a seconder to open the floor, moved by Counselor Peter Kistmaker, second by Counselor John Paroff. Sorry, Peter, I said your name without a hand there. You're good with that? Okay. Be it resolved that council does hereby acknowledge receipt of the departmental reports provided at the regular meeting of council held on Thursday, April 16th, 2026. And we're starting off with the CAO. Manuela, do you have anything to add to your
Oh,
report?
yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay. Go ahead.
I'm gonna just ask Jen to put it up on the screen for me, cause to refresh my memory, I don't have it in front of me.
The report?
Yes.
Do you want it shared or do you want it just on my laptop?
Either
You
or.
Share it.
Okay, let me pull it up, sorry.
Council knows I've been working hard to try to find cost savings in the past year, and I'll just speak to one new one. That happened today. If once we find it, it's
We start gambling. Go to casino once a week.
No.
maybe we could start one here.
I think that's how we ended up in this mess, was there was councils gambling. No, I'm saying that, in a joking manner. I shall have an integrity request on that.
Okay, so just next page. This is my report for March, April.
Sorry,
yeah.
my computer is frozen.
Oh,
You want to look at my screen here, just so you can see?
yeah, so housing, just attending board meetings to the HHC, I attend regularly. We're also we're almost completed the transfer of 50 Queen Street, so Katherine will start working on that. On renovating that property and getting it sold.
Gosh, I'm not good at admin stuff, eh? Restructuring.
Restructuring, we started talking to the union and then they got pulled away. So I'm just gonna prepare a report to present to them, and then we'll negotiate based on that report. WSIB Excellence Program, I mentioned council, we started that program. Our first 4 topics are leadership and commitment. That will include a statement and a commitment from council, health and safety responsibilities, both of the senior management team, council, and in the employees' health and safety communication and participation. The financial impact for this session is $8,000, and the kickoff meeting happened April 2nd. So grants, I've already summarized. The pothole prevention emergency preparedness, and since I prepared this, I found out that we received $8,000 for our candidate day grant, so get ready for some good fireworks. At Tom Rims, we've started transitioning. We've been working hard every week. I've been to training sessions. Jen has been, Cindy's been, everyone has been to some. We started moving over bylaws, council, some other reporting. So we're expecting it'll take a full year, if not a little bit more, but it is definitely moving. So that's good. And the fitness center library, the request for proposal came out. We talked about that just in the last presentation, so I'll skip over that. Telephone system, this is really where I wanted to talk. So we had an immediate reduction in our monthly bill because I canceled some phones that weren't being used. They were obsolete lines. That was a small savings of $3,500. I kept the critical lines, which were fire, water, and sewer, the emergency control center. So any of those emergency lines that we need for our emergency people to get contacted were kept. 10 phone lines are being converted to voice over internet protocol. That will happen probably in May. 3 fax lines are being converted. Today, I had a great conversation with Bell because yesterday I got a letter from Bell saying Monday, our T1 or fiber line is being renewed at $1,000 a month for the next 5 years. So I got a letter on Thursday saying it's happening Monday. So I started making phone calls. We haven't used that line in several years. We pay $1,000 a month. Nobody's using it. That would explain why our internet is only 55 and 85 or 85 and 50 for download and upload speeds. We are with 5.net Net Spectrum. Thank you very much. We're grateful to have the internet, and I'm so happy to say that with council's direction, I would like to say goodbye to Bell and their $1,000 line. a month, 12,000 a year. So I spoke with, or Jen reached out on my behalf to DC Communications. They confirmed we are 100% with 5.0. Our internet is not with Net Spectrum. I asked you to reach out about the fire department. Did they get a response on that? So we're just confirming that the fire department is not through there or any other it was the fire department and library, possibly library, I think, has their own internet. They pay their own internet bill, so that answers that question. So I'm pretty confident we can cancel it.
He did respond. So first he said technically they had discussed canceling this line several years ago, but just,
Didn't happen.
yes. He also said that a few months ago, there were internet issues, so they went to check on it. And the Bell Fiber appliance was not even powered on. So if that's the case, we can be pretty confident it's unused.
So I'll cancel that bill tomorrow. So in the
Yes.
last 5 years, we spent $60,000 that we didn't need to because that got renewed. And didn't have to be renewed because we were already with Net Spectrum.
You got so much.
So,
Jeez.
I think there was a period of time that we might have sold some of that internet to other users for a small recovery, but that hasn't been happening for quite some time too. So tomorrow I'll cancel it. And that will help our budget next year. Put it in your notes.
Good job.
Yeah, so that was, I think I could go on to the next slide. Just the ongoing activities. So key indicators will be coming at the next meeting. I'm still haven't had a chance to work on that R zone policy, but it's on my radar. Addressing citizen complaints and concerns is always ongoing. And the review of the comprehensive user fees. So it's been in that review period for a long time. I've not had any questions, comments. So it's going to be on the next budget for adoption. The senior management team meetings are ongoing and budget deliberations, I think we're pretty close to being done. After that's adopted, Cindy and I will be working together on 10-year financial plan for council so that we can better direct the future. And that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Okay, any questions for the CAO? Go ahead, John.
And I'd like to go back to the phone line as
Sure.
well. The high speed and the high, would there possibly have been some kind of contract when they put it in? Because not everybody,
2018.
when they first brought it in, would there be a long-term contract? saying-
There was a contract in 2018. It was renewed in 2021 for a 5-year term. That 5-year term expires on Monday. Or on Sunday, and the renewal date is Monday. For
Okay.
another 5-year term at $1,000 a month.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
So. I keep
Go ahead,
going,
Peter.
There's more of a comment to the situation. It's gross that they use the federal and provincial money to put that line in and then they profit. Like it's insane. They're using our money to put the infrastructure. And then we rent it. We should own it.
Any other comments? Any other questions?
Sorry.
That's okay. You're allowed to speak your mind. That's why you're here. Okay, then there being none, thank you, Manuela.
Yep, so I guess if anybody's on that line, they'll be hollering. We'll hear about it.
Oh,
Well, it's not on, so.
Yeah.
okay, the CFO. Cindy, do you have anything to add to your report?
Don't believe so. I don't have mine in front of me either, but I don't believe I had anything to add unless anyone had any questions.
Any questions for the CFO? Okay, I'm not seeing any. And we'll move on to the clerk's report. Thank you, Cindy.
I do have a couple things to add.
Okay, go
That's
ahead,
okay.
Jen, sorry.
No worries. So the first thing to add, regarding the election training, we are likely going to cap for training instead. We learned originally, we were under the impression you had to go in your zone. They changed it so you can go to any zone. So even though we are not in the spacing zone, we can go. So it would be substantially cheaper. We won't have to stay overnight. We can drive there in the morning, drive back, no hotel, much easier.
Oh, great.
So that's good. Sorry, my computer froze again. I wanted to formally thank Mayor Ford for the Good Roads Conference. It was really wonderful. Always an excellent time. Very cool networking opportunities. For the administrative updates, ongoing activities, I wanted to mention, I did, as of today, finish my program.
Yay.
Okay. So, I'll let you guys know how I did next, next departmental report. Hopefully it's the same as last semester and it's
It'll be great. Yeah.
in the, I forgot what it's called, the high levels. So that's exciting. Oh, for policies, bylaws, you will see on this agenda further down, there is a draft policy and a draft bylaw regarding the election. So the use of municipal resources during an election and the delegation of authority for this election period. They are both drafts, so they'll be back on next agenda on the 30th for adoption ideally. So I request the council, if you have any comments or questions, email them to me so that we can get them done, because it does have to be passed before May 1st. For the Tom Rooms transition, I wanted to mention that this is something really interesting Manuela learned about, and it's not a huge cost savings, but it's about 8,000, 9,000 a year. We are looking at, so currently we use iCompass or Diligent for our agendas and our meeting management. It is actually possible to do that through SharePoint, which there's no cost for us. It's through Microsoft. So it is something, obviously not right now because we're still getting set up in SharePoint with Tom Rooms, but it is something that our SharePoint, what is she called?
Advisor.
She has a cool name. I can't remember what it is. It's like creator or something. Architect, SharePoint architect. Thank you. She did say that it is something she's done for other municipalities and we can definitely do for ours. So that would save us. Right now we pay between 8,000 and 9,000 a year for iCompass. So that would cut that as well.
Okay.
We are finding savings.
Yeah.
We are trying.
And we did put that into the future budget numbers already. We've applied that savings.
So you gotta learn whether
Yeah.
you like
So
it or
good, you're
not.
gonna last month.
So that's all I have, I think.
Okay, do we have any questions for the clerk? Okay, I just want to say again, congratulations on being done. I know it's been a hard time juggling full-time school and full-time work, but we appreciate it and we look forward to hearing about the success, for sure. Thank you, Jen. Okay, and then we're moving on to the Public Works Manager's report. Dwayne, do you have anything to add to your report?
Yes, a couple more water leaks this week repaired, both curb stops and fire fitting breaks. And good road conference was excellent again this year and great learning experience again. And learn more than you didn't know for sure.
Come back and realize, oh, I gotta do more work. Okay, any questions for the Public Works Manager's report? Go ahead, Manuela.
I don't have a question. I just have a comment to Dwayne and Dwayne's entire staff. I wanted to say thanks very much for all your hard work all winter. They've kept our roads really clear of snow and neat and as clean as they could be. And I know potholes are a problem right now, but we can't stop them from coming. We can just try our best to try to fill them and warn people of where the big holes are. And I know the guys are working really hard to do that and deal with the water runoff. So I wanted to say I really appreciate all of them and I'm very thankful for everything that they do.
Well said, and council, I think, is all in agreement to second that, exactly how Manuela said it. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Just so people know, the public works guys have been not had one weekend off since Christmas. They worked pretty good.
Oh my goodness, that's how much snow we had to deal with. Too much snow. Okay, we'll definitely extend our thanks from the CAO and council to the Public Works team.
Thank you.
Okay, and no further questions? Okay, I'll put the acknowledge receipt to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, moving on to item number 9, we have 9.1, the Federation of Northern Ontario Municipalities delegations. There's the conference and the delegation request form. And I believe this is on, did you want to see if we wanted to submit a delegation or did you have a proposal for a delegation?
I would like to just keep pushing for the small northern tax incentive and definitely firefighting as well.
Okay.
So I won't be attending that conference, but for the counselor that is, I
Okay.
would definitely prepare the packages.
Okay, Drago's attending?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would,
Council's in favor of that?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I would also recommend reaching out to him to see if there is, because he is attending, if there was a specific purpose he had. Like if he had a delegation that he was hoping to.
I don't
He's
think we
not
have any
here
other
tonight, but I don't
delegations
know
that
that-
we. I think, yeah. No, we're good. We'll go move with those two.
Okay,
'Cause they have to be in this Friday.
yeah,
don't
so
they?
the firefighting, both the training and money for vehicles. For firefighting vehicles.
Okay. And you don't need a motion for that? That's directions good?
That's direction's good.
Yeah, okay. Okay, moving on to correspondence, information only. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Counselor Peter Kissmaker, second by Counselor Belinda Kissmaker. Be it resolved that council does hereby acknowledge receipt of the correspondence information only package attached to the agenda of the regular meeting of council held on Thursday, April 16th, 2026. And is there any items on the information only package that council would like to speak to? I just want to highlight to council 10.1, I got the invitation to attend the Hornepayne Masonic Lodge number 636 banquet. I just want to go to it. I think it's myself and a guest, is it not?
It's 10.2.
Or 10.2? Yeah. What did it say, 12.2? 10.1. I'm just here. Yeah, I believe that I can bring a guest, and I was going to open up the floor for a council member if they wanted to attend with me. I know the last time I was invited, Councillor Belinda Kistemaker attended with me. So I open up the floor. And it is June the 20th, I believe, 20th. Don't all jump at the opportunity.
Were you attending yourself?
Yeah.
Already?
I'm, yeah.
Okay. So he'll be there.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. So I'll go solo, and we're good with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'll be there, but you can still take your, if one of the other
Yeah.
counselors want to go, they're more than welcome, right?
Well, I would rather us, if we're not, I'd rather us not have quorum. That's my thing about it. It's just, yeah. We're a small town and we have enough of those items where we end up with quorum, so
Yeah.
I'd rather limit it if we can. Okay. Yes,
If I
go
may
ahead.
speak to
Yes.
this item, 10.3, so I just wanted to bring this to, council and the community's, attention. We will be posting likely tomorrow, that there is an opening on the HHC Board of Directors. So please encourage people to apply.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a question. The person for the Hornepayne Housing Corporation, you're looking for, just a public person to represent the public? Okay.
Yes. Yes, our board appointments will come up in November after council for the next term.
Mhm.
Okay, any further comments on that? I just want to highlight that 10.4, we will try and get a picture with Minister Dunlop in Thunder Bay for the preparedness grant. And we can give a shout out. Okay, so if there's none, I'll put acknowledge receipt of the information only package to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, moving on to committee and board updates. If I can get a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor John Paroff, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that council does hereby acknowledge receipt of the committee and board meeting minutes attached to the agenda of the regular meeting of council held on Thursday, April 16th, 2026. And you can see the Hornepayne housing minutes and NOMA and the Northeast Superior Mayor's Group. Any comment on any of those minutes? Okay, there being none, I put that to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried. And item 11.2, council committee updates, roundtable. And we'll start with Councillor Belinda Kistemaker.
I don't have anything right now.
Okay, are you prepared to go to NOMA?
Of course.
Yeah. Okay, right on. Thank you. Councillor Peter Kistemaker?
Nothing at the moment.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor John Paroff?
The one thing we did was, went to the local citizens committee the other night.
Oh, yes.
One of the big topics that we had a discussion was, kind of the lack of participation from the public to come out, and we encourage the public to come out and, see what we're doing and try and participate as much as they can. So we're always looking for, new recruits, I guess,
Okay,
new participants. And, that's about it for me.
okay, thank you, Counselor. And just for myself, so we did attend Ontario Good Roads. It was an amazing conference. I have to give a huge shout out to Jen, my assistant, who kept me in line and kept me on task and got me to all of my commitments that I needed to be. It was an awesome experience this past year being the president. I was grateful for the year, but I was also happy to hand off the responsibilities. So it was a really overall exciting time. And I look forward to supporting Paul Ainsley as the new president, and I'm his immediate past president. So I do have one more year of commitment on the executive. And it's regardless of election, once you're president, you're part of the group forever. They don't let you go. But no, so it's I am looking forward to this next year. But I do have to highlight that Dwayne and his partner came to my VIP dinner, and Jen as well. And I have to say that from the perspective watching from afar of our staff interact or engaging with the Good Road staff, the friendships and the good conversation and the growth that I've seen in our staff over the last 4 years now. And I can't thank you enough that they engage, they get involved, they get out there, they meet people. And I'm not trying to embarrass you, Jen, okay? Don't take this in any of the wrong way, but when we first started attending, Jen had a very difficult time, challenging time, meeting new people, and you wouldn't see that in her today. You would not see that in her. And we're talking about, 1,200 people and interacting with all sorts of new people and making long-term friendships. So, but I did explicitly say to all of the board members and staff that they can't steal any of our staff away. They're staying in the north and they're committed. And I'll come headhunting. But no, overall it was really good. So I'm grateful for that opportunity. And of course, council, it was because you allowed me to do that. And just a committee updates. We did get reached out by the Green Party leader, Mike Schreiner, to meet with them. And so we've accepted that. We're going to meet with Mike on the 22nd at 4 o'clock. And I've met with him several times, and I think it would be a good opportunity to talk about the northern residential tax rate that we're looking at and getting support from all parties. John Fraser will be there in attendance as well. So if we have the opportunity, which I think we will, we'll be able to talk with him as well. And there's quite a list of ministers going to be there. And usually we have many opportunities one-on-one to be able to talk with them. So I'm looking forward to a good conference next week. So with that, if there's any questions or, I do want to highlight one thing is I want to thank John. You attended the Northeast Superior's Mayor's meeting for me.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I forgot.
And I do appreciate that. And I like when people step in and we don't miss meetings. So thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. It was quite informative, actually.
Yeah,
It was.
good.
It really was, so.
Yes. So, and then the final topic I want to bring up is, so the Northeast Superior's Mayors are still meeting with MTO. We had a meeting with them on Tuesday. We have another follow-up meeting on Monday. And our signage, all of our action items that we put on the table have been completed. And now what we're looking at is, I did ask them to add cellular, the expansion of cellular, if the MTO could give us contacts within the government to try and get cellular across Northern Ontario, so we don't have any dead spots. So that'll just give us one avenue of paperwork that it's already in the works. So, and Herb and his team think they can get us good contacts. So we'll start the avenue through that road as well. So, yeah, go ahead.
Can I add to that?
Yes.
Can, the initiatives that you have checked off for the highway, your highway talks and all that, can those be forwarded to the Thunder Bay Municipal League? Just so they can check off the boxes with their strategic plan.
Okay, what I'll do is I'm gonna forward the agenda with their action items that they've completed. And then we can send that off, cause it'll be on our next agenda and information
Okay,
only.
cause it is part of their,
Okay. And who's the executive director there now? Or what?
new, I don't know who
Who's
it is.
new?
Yeah.
Okay, they all changed.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't remember the name.
I can find them for you.
Okay. Okay, great.
It was
Okay.
Nikita, so,
No, she's gone.
I know.
Yes, I remember that. Okay, so moving on then, and as new and other business is the 2026 municipal election delegation of authority. And as Jen mentioned, this is on the agenda and you can email Jen until I believe it would be the Wednesday before our next council meeting, which would be the 22nd of April.
Yes, I will say, realistically, I'll give you 23rd. 23rd.
Okay,
Also really quickly, for this item, I do have a full kind of resolution on there. If council doesn't want to go with that, though, you can just do the first part, which is accepting it or receiving this information.
okay, well, why don't we receive for information and then we can do the full acceptance when we adopt.
Sounds good.
Sound good, council? Okay, if I can get a mover and a seconder to receive for information, moved by Councilor Peter Kissmaker, second by Councilor Belinda Kissmaker. Be it resolved that council receive clerk report 2026-02 as information. Those in favor? And that is carried. And they have the same amount of time for 12.2 as well?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you have till the 23rd at noon to submit comments. And if I can get a mover and a seconder to receive for information. Moved by Councilor John Paroff, second by Councilor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that council receive clerk report 2026-03 as information. Those in favor? And that is carried. And also, Jen, when you bring it back for adoption, any questions that council brings forward, you're gonna bring those to council, right?
I'll
Okay.
make a separate report if there are questions.
Okay. Perfect, thank you. Okay, and then moving on now is to bylaws. 13.1 is our community emergency preparedness grant. The transfer payment agreement, if I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councilor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councilor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that bylaw number 219926 being a bylaw to enter into the transfer payment agreement between the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne and His Majesty the King in the right of Ontario as represented by the Ministry of Emergency Preparedness and Response for the purpose of acquiring critical supplies and equipment or deliver training to improve local emergency response, be hereby read a first and second time and be considered read a third time and finally passed. Any comment on that bylaw? Okay, there being none, I put that to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried. Item 13.2 is the borrowing bylaw. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councilor John Paroff, second by Councilor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2226 being a bylaw to authorize the borrowing of money to meet specific expenditures of the council of the corporation of the Township of Hornepayne be hereby read a first and second time, be considered read a third time and finally passed. Any discussion on that bylaw? Okay, there being none, I put that to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, and we're at 15, which is our closed session. Well, 14, there's nothing there for motions or no motions. Okay, and if I can get a mover and a seconder, and then we'll go into close. And we'll take a 10-minute break before we go into close too as well, okay?
And then, they're on the second.
Okay, we'll talk to them in someone else.
Cindy will be with them.
Okay, perfect, yep. Okay, can I get a mover and a seconder to move into close? Moved by Councilor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councilor John Paroff. Be it resolved that the next portion of the meeting at 7:44 PM be closed to the public in order to discuss a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization. Pursuant to section 239(2) CEFI of the Municipal Act 2001. Those in favor? And that is carried.
We are open.
Okay, I need a mover and a seconder, council, to open the open. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the Council of Corporation, the Township of Hornepayne does hereby return to open council at 10:22 PM. Those in favor? And that is carried. Business arising from the closed session, the first order of business, council, is we do have to put the motion on the floor to extend between, beyond 10 PM, which we had agreed to in closed. So Jen, I'll get you a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker, second by Councillor John Paroff.
Be it resolved that council extends the hours for its regular meeting on Thursday, April 16th, 2026, past the hour of 10 PM in order to complete its duties as required.
Okay, and those in favor? And that is carried. And coming out of closed, we do have a few updates. The first item, 15.3 is ongoing. There'll be further discussions with council of that. Item 15.4, we do have a motion coming out of closed for that item. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor John Paroff, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. And Jen, could you kindly read that for me, please?
Yes. Be it resolved that council creates a project management group with Keystone Platform, Inc. for the purpose of advancing a waste to resource facility and data center, including but not limited to public consultation, development of a memorandum of understanding, and other needed arrangements such as a subsequent concession agreement. Be it further resolved that the following be appointed to represent the township in this group. 1, Mayor Cheryl Fort with Deputy Mayor John Paroff as alternate, and 2, Manuela Badavania, CAO, with senior management team as required.
Okay, thank you, Jen. And I put that to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, and our final item out of the close was 15.5, and a bylaw will be coming to an upcoming meeting of council for that item. And if we can go to the adjournment, council, mover and a seconder, please, for confirmatory. Moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that bylaw number 220126, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council at their regular meeting held on Thursday, April 16th, 2026, be hereby read a first and second time and be considered read a third time and finally passed. Those in favor? And that is carried. And to adjourn, moved by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker, second by Councillor John Paroff. Be it resolved that council does hereby adjourn this regular meeting of council held on Thursday, April 16th, 2026 at 10:24 PM. Those in favor? There we go.